Hello and welcome back to Understand. Normally I would wait a little bit, but this game doesn't actually have audio until you get into a level because it's incredibly minimal. And leaving it soundless is a little silly, but I'm just gonna get to puzzle. I guess it doesn't have sound other than this as well. Okay, it's kind of interesting how hard it is to get back into a partially done puzzle here. We have to remember the various rules. It seems to be like symmetry between the two objects, which is either based on number of squares or it's based on shape. It's kind of an interesting thing to try to come back to. This establishes 1, 3. One, then everything else. Yeah, it's a very weird puzzle. Because hasn't it presumably because of... I thought I tried that. Oh no, is this one that I wasn't able to succeed on? Yeah, okay, that's fine. It's probably some sort of specific rule. So I can't select squares because I think that's rule 1. Rule 2 is something to do with that separation. Does it have to go from bottom to top? Well, top to bottom, bottom to top seems like it's a likely component. Be corner to... It's not corner to corner. And that breaks rule 2. This doesn't. Which must have something to do with groupings of squares. This is the group. This is like the similar shape group, I think. That and then that. So that's not a similar shape because of that extra stuff there. That doesn't work because they need to be different sizes. But I don't see how that would be a similar shape. I mean, this is a square. This is almost a square. Maybe it adds up to a square? I think it adds up to a square. 2 and 2 makes a square. Yeah, okay, it adds up to a square. Which means that... that. Okay, that's cool. And this is where it... if this goes here, then that's 5, which doesn't add up to a square in that direction. So maybe it has a different way of working? If I want a square, that would need to be gone. That would just be that, which means I must get rid of like stuff like that to slide this over to view it as a square, maybe. So if I got rid of all of that, so I need 3 spaces. 1, there's only 2, and that won't work. One, 2, that brings it to the square. I don't have enough spaces in this area. I need 4 if I'm going to lay it out how I did. Okay, so it's 3. That's not going to work. So I need 1 more space from there. But I've gotten rid of too many of those. I really hope that this is wrong. Because if this is the correct approach, I don't really like it. Okay, this moving to here would mean getting rid of... I get rid of all that and all that. No, I get rid of all this and all that. This can stay untouched, with the exception of the fact that needs to, at least one of these would need to go away. Get rid of all that and that. I assume that would work. That's enough on that level. I have to save a space in this. I have to save 2 spaces here. With one space. 1, 2, 3. 1. 1. So it's definitely not just sliding over, is it? 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, clearly I'm approaching it wrong. With a new point of view, I could be making rectangles on this. 3 by 4, 3 by 2, which that makes a rectangle. That would not make a rectangle. But I also need to separate the groups. So that has to go there, I think. Needs symmetry. Actually, yeah, so that satisfies all 3. If I do that, it doesn't satisfy the third. The third is the requirement to make a rectangle, I think. Or, well, 2 rectangles. I don't know if the end product needs to be a rectangle or not. But if that doesn't work, it is splitting those correctly. This is leaving me with 2 rectangles that are... Yeah, so they don't need to form... Well, a square is a rectangle. But it might be the symmetry. Is there any other... Yeah, that doesn't satisfy it, which means that either it does need to be 2 rectangles or it needs to form a rectangle once merged. And I can't interact with that. That satisfies the third. Why? Is it that the shapes have equal areas from the both? All shapes have equal areas that they're within. This is separating the shapes. This is not having any of them selected. Probably. But it's not just equal area, because that would be an equal area. Here... Yeah, separation there works. That works where it's equal area but not split properly. They must need to be rectangles somehow. There's not gonna be some weird thing like that. These puzzles are very... It's an interesting elements that I'm struggling with. Oh no, new rules. Bunch of dots. 1 1 2 2. 1 1 2 2 3 3. So you do need to add them all up. Three, 1 1 2. This not gonna work. Can I connect them in a different? Does it actually need to be connected in order? It does. So I do need to pick the correct start and end points. But I can't do that because that cuts that off. 3 3 4 4. Kind of a weird type of puzzle. I mean, it's just counting. Why did it? Oh, because the dash lines up with the squares. Obviously, there's gonna be have to be a change in the puzzle eventually. So that satisfies 1. That satisfies 2. 2 2. So that satisfies 1. This satisfies 2. There's nothing else I can do there, is there? So that satisfies. That gets number 2. That gets 2. Two. That and that. So including the 2 is part of it. No. Hmm. I don't know what the meaningful difference is. Ah, it has to be separate sets of counting, and this is just the first 4 puzzles were kind of meaningless to that. But it's not. 1 2 1 2 3 4 3 4 for some reason. 2 3 4 5 6. I don't like counting. It's simple, but it's like, why? It is a very odd puzzle. Excuse me. Yes, I'm assuming this is number of spaces that need to be after the number. Except for the fact that one space doesn't work here. That's that simple. Issue is that. There gets 1, 2, 3, 4. But then I can't connect any of that. Okay, 2, 2, 2 makes sense. 1. I don't get this one. Feels like there's some lesson it's supposed to be teaching about something. I thought it was just the rule was like 1 space, 2 spaces based on that. I'm just the connecting this to that is the difficult part to me, and then that one as well. Unless you only interact with, oh, it doesn't need to be in order, does it? Okay, that does make sense. Yeah, it's a very good point. If there's only 2 rules, then a space apart and hitting all of them have to be the entire list of the rules. Good point. I didn't actually account for that. Thank you. Now for this counting. 3, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. That's not gonna work. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. So this can only connect to here. This can connect there. But this doesn't work. I'd have to go like that. I haven't paid attention enough to the fact that obviously there can't be more rules than there are dots. That doesn't work. This needs to be 1. Well, I don't know how to count. One, two, three, 4. 4. So these need to be looped. Could also do something like that to then block there, which won't work. One, two, three, 4 is not possible because it will always have 5, which means there. This needs to be blocked. And that needs to be blocked. Well, no, I could do that. Yeah. That's kind of interesting. Oh, hello. How are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, I can't do it all in one. That's a weird one. It is. It's a weird game, but it's neat. You can never find it. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I mean that's simple. Yeah, it's like I don't play a lot of minimal games, but it's well, actually it's kind of a weird because this is like full screen. It's super minimal, which is neat as well, but like it doesn't behave quite right because this is full screen. This is windowed, but it's not windowed right now. Arrows, more counting. The things in the top, because this is sound that pops between windowed and unwindowed, except this is not currently windowed. This is still full screen. And these are other save files. It's all super simple, which is cool. I think it's a little hard to come back to. Yeah. It's hard to come back to a partially solved puzzle compared to a purely, like, I would say external logic. Like Baba is you. The words have meaning, where here everything is restricted to the rules within the level. That would be 3. 2. You can't do that. I guess I can start here. Yeah. It's all managing. So I'm just not approaching this correctly, but it's all about counting, which is kind of. Okay, that needs to go there always. This is always a space. These are always spaces. You can kind of, in this one, you could guess it. I think the basic rule on the very first level, actually, which is kind of cool. Where a lot of these, it's a little more pieced together over the course of several levels. So I need 2 connections to this, which has to be among those. Because I can't connect with that again. I'm pretty sure that it's number of points of contact around each object. So like 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2. Maybe I'm wrong, but they do have red herrings like that at least. Or maybe it's coincidentally functional, but it's actually not that. So, if I need to make contact here, I can't go around the outside. Yeah, I'm bad at the drawing part sometimes. Where I start, okay, I start from here and then I don't plan ahead instead of realizing that I could start from a different location and that it's a lot easier if you just think about it starting in a different spot instead of insisting on starting right here. That one was pretty smooth. Um, Interesting. Yeah, very simple but interesting. Twos. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. Oh, and get the 2 over there. It's not this, but it's close. Maybe I just need to start in a different spot. If I start there, then I get 3. That does not. 2. Okay, now I have to count again. That one right there. Which I think actually just means I need to pay more attention. I was expecting it to end as like a spiral, because that's how it would sort of have to work with how it's laid out. It's a better spiral than I actually expected, though. So 1 here, 3 everywhere else. That's very similar to this level, just expanded. That's not it, which doesn't surprise me. And this doesn't work for other reasons. I like when you can kind of just go by feel for some of these. You don't need to count every single space. Like you could plan that whole thing out beforehand, or you can just go for it, and it kind of works because it's laid out. And here's where they trick you by being, oh, it's the same level, but the rule is going to be different. And it's going to change at some point. And I'm going to have to figure out why. And there's where it's changed. The rule is different already. Now, looking at... See, that works. Which means that it could have something to do with... That doesn't work, but that does. Which means that, yeah, it's not contact, it's diagonal contact? Yes, it's diagonals. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Which means that would work. 2, 2, too many. Yeah, that's kind of cool. 2, 2, 3. Yeah. Oh, the question mark levels, the weird ones, definitely seem highly memorable. But yeah, I think diagonals might make it kind of in obviously based on the layout of the puzzle itself, but it's sort of an easier structure to work with than sides, despite it being the same number, just sort of how they place stuff. Obviously not for everything, but yeah. I mean, they obviously could start changing it, make it more painful to worry about diagonals. They can't do that. I can't do that because... So these have to be here and here, or here and there. Oh yeah, I can't do that. It'd be up. Oh, that's kind of a painful... The like, oh, contact there, having to think about that is weird. It's a very weird framing. 3, 3. That's gonna need 4, which means I need that. I think that's most of the way there. Just the top left needs to start one further to the right. And the loop in the bottom is wrong. The bottom right's incorrect. Maybe if I started here. Oh yeah, because I can't do that because this is needed. Which means it has to move around like that. That can't do that. This can't do that. It can't do that. It could... 1, 2... Can't do that. 3, 4. Yeah. It's a lot of things that are very close. If I look at it this way, I need all those. Those are guaranteed. Which means I can't go here. I could go there, but I can't. So this is blocked off. This is going to have to be either a start or an end, I think. I guess it could be something with that, but then it's stuck. So that could be a start there, end here, start here. I go up and then connect a bunch of stuff and then come back to here in the end. That looked a lot closer than it should have been for random drawing. But since both of those are needed, this is off limits, which means those, all of those need to be drawn, I think. Yeah. Because anything in there is troubling. Because if I need these, I can't interact with those two corners because 2, which means that I need that. This could come from the top left and then move around, over, and up. Like that. It's a lot of empty spaces. Wow. Maybe 3 up from bottom right could work. There might be a different solution that would work. I could definitely see there being flexible options. Because it's somewhat symmetrical. Because, yeah, there's a whole space in there that you can sort of work with, which is useless for that, but you can't go down there. You'd have to go over here. I don't know. I'm not sure if that could get to the end. But then I have to redraw what I just drew because if not, I can't actually finish the level. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3s. Okay. Corners. This one's a lot less restricted. Down, left, up. For the previous one, from here, you definitely can't go down, left, up here because the corners. Down, left to here, then up. No, because if you start 3 up from bottom right, you can't because you need these 2 corners because of the 4. Because this is it's corners, not edges. Unless it's a different one. Because for this one, down left, I don't think could work because you need those 2, and if you have that already, you can't select that one. This one does look weird though. Yeah, left from there, I could see making a different shape that would work. But now I have to look at this. Okay, rules. I can't go on the outer corners. I could work inwards from there, but I can't go into the corners. 3 spaces could be stuff like that. 2, 3, 2. Yeah, I could end in a corner if I don't do that. So I can end in a corner. I just can't start in one. Oh no, I can start. If I can end in a corner, I can start in a corner, but I just have to be careful. Because I could go like that to work with a corner. That actually looks remarkably close. It hits the 1 twice though, so that doesn't work. Yeah. It was remarkably close. I guess like there might be another element to the rule, you're thinking? I do like it, this has a good symmetry to it, which is not surprising given how it's laid out. Yeah, because this is what the technically the level before it was edge touches, and then the trick was that the first 4 levels were basically the exact same. Well, first 3 levels within the sub-level were basically the exact same. So that you have to realize what the difference was from the previous puzzle. Which it's been doing occasionally. This has 4 rules. So rule 1, don't interact with the dots. Rule 4 is unknown. Rule 2 might be separating the dots from each other. No idea what rule 4 is. Rule 3 might be filling in all the empty spaces. No, it's based on the number of dots. Number of spaces that they are in is rule 3, maybe. Still no idea what rule 4 is. Hmm. Oh, just draw it from a different start. See that? This is where I can learn what rule 4 is. No idea what the rules are now. Because that's 3. It could be the sum. It could just need even distribution. So I have to add up the number. So 3, 3, and the number of spaces matches the number of dots. Which means 6 and 6 needs 6 spaces and 6 spaces probably. Yes. Well, whether it's, yeah, good distribution, 4 spaces, but not that simple. Because I don't know how to count, actually, that's why. So 3 and 3. I need to block there and there. In the process, I also need to get I probably also need no empty spaces, which always makes this more complicated. That always needs to be, I think that's 3 on the top has to be that. 3 here could be different. Or I could just add them up to be 6, but I've assumed that it needs to be. I might be able to check. If this is 6, yeah, I can't, yeah, I think it needs to be at least 2 spaces. Because they can't have 6 there. Can it be more than, yeah, it can be 3. It can't be for the final level, but temperature 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would look pretty nice. I could change that. Yeah, that's the easiest test then. And it's the kind of, if you haven't figured out the rules, you can't work with it at the bottom there because it doesn't give you any hints as to whether you've gotten parts of it right. So this space and that space are vital. Yeah, that's the issue. Needing to block that. Oh, wait, I could do... It's maybe not it, but I could consider that I don't actually need to block it in with a line. It can extend to the edge and it would be 3. I think. Yeah, I think I need to think about it in that point of view where it can be blocked, not trying to contain it fully. Where this one has to be either this or this. There's no other options. So if I have this, oh, I think that's it. If I add, oh, no, it's not quite. It's very close, but. Oh, no. Mm. It's close, but not close enough. If I... It's very thorough with how it's spaced. Obviously, puzzles don't work if the puzzle isn't laid out in a way that Okay, just start from the other end and it's easier. I like it. That was a fun one. Oh no. New rule. Um, what do I even have to go off of? So that is what I can work with. A line on the right. The one has what is it counting? Is it number of things to the right? If number of things to the right. Oops, that doesn't work. There's something kind of Picross or whatever that game is called about this puzzle. Is it Picross? Like, it seems like it could be if 510 is indicating right and indicating down, they could have art. And 2 and 2 obviously satisfies that. One, 3 and 3, 4, 2. Oh, okay, I'm silly. 1, 3, 2, and 2. 4, 4, 3, 4, 4, 3. 4, 4, 3, 4. Please give me. Oh yeah, 2, 2. That gave 1. Between? That gives 1. That works. That works. And that works. Connections. Oh, like fully filled in? It's not just that, at least. It's not just that, though. It's what it seems like. Oh, distance. It's distance that you need to have filled in. Probably a little bit of a simpler solution. And I can't have... That's 2. But it can't be 1. It can't be within the range. Yet it can only be 2 away. Or more? Yeah, they don't do diagonals. It's only... Yeah, they don't care about the diagonal. Which means it's gonna be like this sort of thing. It's a cool idea. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, I don't know how to count. Usually doesn't help. So this has to be there. 2, 2, 3. That was a little bit less interesting than I was hoping for. I was hoping for like one that was right, one that was down, you know, to make fun drawings. Huh? Oh. A drawing within the drawing. That needs me to connect those somehow. Huh. It's an interesting one. I don't know exactly what they want, but it looks like it just needs to end on a path. Or go along a path. So if I do this, 1 and 3. Double click that gets me 1, 2, and 4. Double click nothing gets me 4. Gives me 3. 1, 2, and 4 are those connections. Connecting to that. Yes, that fails because of the small internal line. What rule does that fail? That fails rule 4. But this doesn't fail rule 4. Huh. See, it's based on... I'd have to be going up through both of them for that to be an acceptable ending. What a precise little nuisance. But that doesn't do that. Do I have to get all of those? I don't know what. What am I not looking at? Because these are both on the lines. But there's an issue with that. Either that, that, or that has to be the finish. But these can only go, if I want to keep a straight line, it has to be that. I don't get it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It pulls from the previous levels for this level here. Which is like, at least it's flexible and I can just go back and fix it, but oh no. Which means that whatever solution I get for both of these needs to work for this puzzle here and this puzzle. And not this puzzle at least, but wait, these are the, oh no. Okay, those at least don't carry over. Yeah. Number 6 and number 7. That's 8 and 9. It does. I have to mess with these levels to mess with level 7 and level 6. Number 2. That worked. That worked. Why does that work? I don't know why that works, but something like there's something else that I tried that I thought would have worked. I don't know why this doesn't work, but the other one does. Order? I guess order could be important. I guess, yeah, because this ends... I'm mostly looking at how the small path ends. This ends on a path. Does it have to end on a the main... I mean, it always ends on the main path. If I do this, it still ends on the path, but it doesn't count. Is it... the square has to be on a path and has to path, maybe? So it's less about... yes. So I have to... if I'm starting from here, then I have to connect from the bottom and the bottom and then end on a path. Which doesn't work because I didn't do that here, but I think that's what I need to do, which might just mean that is an option. Okay, yeah. Square on path, So wherever I start, I need to go through. This won't work because I can't end in the correct location. Unless I go up to there. But I need to include this. They would need to go up and then end there. But this would have to start from the left. I think the rules make sense. I do not know. Okay, but then I need to start and end from the same. Well, I don't need to start and end from the same side, actually. I just need to start and end from a location that is flexible. Where I can go up and over and then come from this side and then figure out where I'm going to end the path. This has to come from there. This one has to come from the left, which is not possible. Yeah. It's kind of recursive, I think. It's sort of like the Patrick's Parabox type stuff, I think. Oh, but this means that I need to think. I have to, with how this is positioned, I need to exit the top. I can change that as necessary. Well, I guess I can go that direction, probably. So you don't really need to go through the same start, I guess. But you need to position it in a way that you can be flexible. Okay. What this means, baseline, I should be able to decide where I need to start and end. If I start here, I have to go over, I have to go down. I can then go right, and that's fine. I just need to figure out where I need to end the path. So I can do that, go down. I can't go up because then I can't finish up there. I could go to the right, which would need to exit to the right. If I changed... So I have to... If I go out here, I have to end there. So I don't think that's an option. However, this needs me to exit top. So I'm pretty sure I don't start from the top. Can I test that? This one's flexible. If I do... It looks like it has to be in the correct direction, is what that looks like, unless I'm testing it wrong. Because drawing it through backwards, it's failing, but drawing it so backwards is that. But if I draw it that way, it works. So it actually does have to follow the direction. It needs to follow the direction. Yeah, it makes it harder, but it does restrict options a bit. Now the question, can this be done in the other? Can I do this? I think I can do this in the opposite direction, sort of. Okay, so... Oh, no, that doesn't work. But now I don't have my drawing anymore. I start from the right. I need to have a connection to the right. Exit top. Actually, is that also a test of the direction? I can't get back to my old solution. I have to redo it, but I am doing this in the opposite direction within its own puzzle, and it does not work. Well, this, if I start on the right, I always have to pass through this. If I'm going to end at the top, I have to go up. But then if I end at the top, that has to go up and end there. Which would mean I'd have to move this way. Except that's not functional because it's the opposite order again. Yeah, that limiting the direction to being input, output does restrict it a whole lot more. I'm pretty sure that every dot is necessary. It isn't. Okay. That makes it... I guess I assumed it was because it made it more difficult. But if it isn't necessary, then... it's a lot easier. Which makes it, I don't know, kind of a letdown in a weird way. Oh yeah, 5, 5. That's a very good point. Which also means that maybe there's some weird thing to do with that. Which it does make this more flexible. Because I can do more directions. I can go left, right, up, down, whatever I need, I think. No. That doesn't work because I didn't enter there correctly. See, I can change that however I need it, probably. Which means that I should find a solution and then adjust those previous ones to match this one. And then puzzle 5 is not used moving forward. Which means that I solve 5, and then I can work my way back to the previous puzzles. I start at the top. I need to go down. Then I could go there, down. But if I need to exit there, I need to end here. Which I guess could mean that. So if I change this, I might not actually be able to go right down here. Yeah, right down might actually be the... Oh no, it's right, up, left. Which might not be possible. Oh yes! I can just pass through the other circles. I have to actually pass through correctly. Okay, I can go start other. But I guess right down was what I was thinking of, but actually, what I was saying was right down. I could go right, left. I shouldn't have undone that one. Okay, that does work. I have to... 9 and 8 need to be solved for this one. Then what is 7? Oh, 6 and 7 are the same, but they're not. There has to be a difference between 6 and 7. I just don't know what it is yet. This one draws from 6 and 7. So I have to have two separate solutions for puzzles. So 8 and 9 draw from 6 and 7. 6 and 7 draw from 8 and 9. That's very funny. So I could do like that. Then that would not work. Okay, so these both feed into each other. And they need to be solvable using the same available options at the same time. That is a painful one. I'm guessing that would work? Which would force me to start from the top and end on the left. Which wouldn't work. So, number 9, if I want top to left, I need to figure out what works well. There could be a that, but they have to be in the same direction, so it can't be that. It'd be like down, down, across, up, up, down, down, from right to bottom, because it has to be in the same direction is what I think was established. And since it has to be in the same direction, it can't be straight, because if it's straight, then I'd have to like loop around to go back through, and then I'd be stuck, which means it has to be an angle like that. Your left, right, up, down. one of them's going to be one of them's going to be the other, I think. So let's just start from that. Which means starting from the top, ending on the left. Well, this has to be, okay, no, this has to be top left, that, in some manner, which doesn't work. This does work, which means number 8 is the one that needs to be that. So that gets me there, which can get me that. Number 6, which is here, which lines up. Then I need this to work. It's not just the same thing, right? I need number 7 to be right and up, which is impossible with this layout. Because I can't finish at the top if I have to go through there. Okay, I guess I switch between 7 and 8 to get an image of what I need to work with. I guess I can also start at a different, I should just start at a different place instead of starting at the top for 6. I guess there's stuff like that I could work with. If but that's, yeah, because it's very limited, because then I'd have to be able to actually do something with those two. Which I can't. So, right, okay. Through. I could do verticals as long as it's vertical, horizontal. So I do 8 top to bottom. Just doing except yeah, left to right. I can't go right. So I can't do straight lines. That's an option to go top to right, which does leave me with a right to top. From number 6. Oops. But then I need number 9 to be right down. Which it is. But this one needs to be drawn differently. And then that would doesn't work. Because it's in the wrong direction now. Do I hear a thunderstorm? It doesn't really sound like a thunderstorm. Someone must be doing some late night moving. Okay. Now that I've changed one of them, everything stops working. Because it's directional. It's probably very formulaic. It's probably if you just write it down, order of operations and everything, it's probably not absolutely terrible. Yeah, 7 was top to right. Which was reliant on 8. Would have been reliant on 8 being different. I need to reset it. It's all like, so those have to be the same. Those have to be the same. I guess thinking about it properly, I could go right to left type stuff. It's a little more flexible. Well, 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 are both the same. And I just need to probably just decide where each needs to go. If 7 be right to down. It doesn't work. 8, 9 needs to be that one. That works, and then I have to figure out what I want to put. I figure out what I need, which is right. If I want that to work, I need to write down on 7, which would be doable with that. And is reliant on left to up. Then number 6 doesn't work because directions are not the same. Good. That was a level. I never tried 3 I did try 3 question mark and I got stuck. It's a feedback level. Two pairs of levels that have to feed back into themselves in a weird way. Very interesting, very weird. World 4, I'm gonna call it World 4, has been the most confusing. I haven't looked at this again. because I still don't know. I just need to reset this whole level. I never did figure out what the rule was. So, separate squares. This is a world that I think is very heavy on shapes and how they compare. Square, bigger square, equal squares. Like, I think it's similar shapes. Like, if they are separate, they need to at least be kind of, you know, similar, whatever the specific grade 2 math explanation is. Like, this is a long, it's not wide. I'm not certain, though. Yeah, like, I think they can be different sizes as long as they are similar. But it gets more confusing with things like this, where one's a square, one is this. That square. Actually, no, this one they summed up to a square, I think. So it's more shape and how they fit to shapes and how they fit together, I think. Where like that plus that is a square, which is I think the goal for this particular puzzle. I just couldn't figure out the last step. 4, 4. Those add up to a rectangle. Because it could be how they add together instead of just their separate existence. But then it becomes weirder when trying to add odd shapes. Because then they don't add together because I didn't separate them properly. I think maybe they were mirrors. Yeah, I guess this one was. It just became a lot weirder with this one. I guess if it's that and somehow wiping out that. Because I find that this is the one where it all falls apart. Yeah, they need to have the square and the circle need to be individually grouped. And like, it was, yeah, it's not mirroring. The shapes between the two might be mirrored. Like this one here was different. This one was mostly simple until this weird one, which means that my understanding of equal, yeah, and just seeing like how things interact. If I were able to make see, it can't just be the same total shape. I know this doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That does give. The weird thing is the rule 3. This gets 1 and 2. Rule 1 is probably don't interact with the shapes. Rule 2 is something to do with the shapes being separated. And rule 3 is something about the equality between the shapes. I really like this one because it looks like eyes and teeth from like a hippo or something. Or if it was purely area, I'm pretty sure that would work. Which means it isn't purely area, it's the total shape of the shape. Which means maybe it could be a weird thing like that, but clearly not. Kind of wish that was it. That would look kind of nice. Could be... I'm pretty sure it might not need to be a regular shape. Because yeah, that would work, but it obviously doesn't. Hammer shape 446. Like that sort of shape. Or which other one? Hammer here? 445? That, oh, we know this. Yeah. I feel like 444 and 445 have to be important just because they're the same and they illustrate something about the shared symmetry that is required. Because yeah, it's not perfectly mirroring stuff because those don't mirror, but the symmetry's there. Because this is based on this, so it's similar or symmetrical or even shaping is what I think the icon there is all about. It's exact same shape, but like you can't flip it might be important. Like maybe I can get a shape here that doesn't need to be flipped to be equal. Because if you flip this shape, it's the same, but is there a way to get it with that square? Is sort of because it's not, it breaks the center. Yeah, I've tried this for sure, which is an even easier bit of symmetry than doing that. Oh, I don't think it will work because rule 1 I think is preventing that, but that does fulfill the second rule. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like rule 1 is you can't interact with those at all. But that does, I think, open, yeah, like it does fulfill rule 2 and 3. So that does something. Because it could be that it just needs like a specific shape to work with that is similar somehow. Because it could be you only need two that are similar or symmetrical. No, because otherwise 1, 2 would work right here. The fact that it fills that is kind of it says something. So this gets 2, doesn't get 3. Yeah, this gets rule 3 for some reason. Rule 2 is about the separation of the objects, I think. And rule 3 is something more that isn't just a simple shape. Because this shape is just a shape. It could be any shapes that aren't highlighted, any empty spaces have to match any other empty spaces. Because that doesn't get 3. That does. That also gets 3. Are there any other weird shapes that I can test? So that works. That works. That does not. Anyway, I can get a 3 wide object. The upside down, I'm just trying stuff. The upside down, which was not this. Like that type of thing? Oh, that's a frog now. Yeah, it's not similar shapes. They do have to be the same size. 4, 4, 5. Like, not that. So this doesn't give 3. Because square and that. That does. That doesn't. That does. It definitely has to be that the unfilled spaces have to share the same shape as other, like, separate zones of unfilled spaces. It has to be that this and this have to be the same, but if you have a little square, it doesn't work. And it checks, it doesn't flip as well. So it has to be in in a shape that is not viewed differently. Is there a way to, like, connect those two and the other two? No, there's no way. Because it's just too far, too wide. If I do this, it doesn't work. That works. 3 unfilled spaces works, which might help. Oh, that doesn't satisfy rule 3. Oh, because I didn't draw the final line. I missed the spot at the top. Yeah. So it definitely, the shapes, at the very least, the shapes within the unfilled don't matter beyond the obvious. Their existence is the only part that matters. So, like, if I have a shape like that, like this, I can't do that because I can't cut these apart. If I have a shape like that, yeah. I can't really fill that in properly. I misclicked at the start. Hey. So it has to be that unfilled is exactly the same, but the position of the shapes doesn't matter. I think the empty spaces do need to have the pair because this check here satisfies number 3 but not number 2, and that satisfies number 2, which I'm pretty sure number 2 has to be that the spaces share the one of each shape. And I have to redraw that. I kind of regret that decision. Okay. Shared shape. That's not possible. That's not possible. Could be some weird shape like that. Would not work. That won't work. Because if it can't... So the assumption being currently that it can't be like a flipped version. It has to be the same. And that proves it. I think that they have to actually be the same shape. They can't be rotations or mirrors or reflections or anything, which reflections and mirrors would be the same. It kind of devolves into more of a odd shape game sometimes. Just, oh, how to fit these shapes together, like I guess like a puzzle. But puzzles, you have pictures to work with most of the time. I guess you could probably make a weird shape. That could work. Because yeah, that seems like the type of thing where it's like, okay, the trick is that you need to like make a weird shape somehow. This is drawing the shape, not drawing the border, which means that I should be drawing like that. Where I need to border that. That would need to be blocked. But it needs 1, 2, 3, 4. If I'm going in this direction, it needs 4. One, 2, 3, 4. And it's the same in the other direction. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which I think isn't enough if I look at it just that way. I guess it is possible to start from a different location. So I need to figure out a good symmetrical shape that can connect and include both. There has to be a reason for all this space. Because without all this space, they could just make it this big. So there's those pairs. There's those pairs. The inner way. Yeah. You have to leave a lot of space to pair those. And it's symmetric. Well, it's rotationally symmetrical. It has rotational symmetry. So this and that would be the same. But this, so I'd have to have, yeah. I do agree. It would have to have like, it would need, I think, because it would need 4, it would need 4 empty spaces. Maybe 5, maybe I'm bad at counting. And you just don't, I don't think there's just not enough space there. There could be a rule that is being misinterpreted. Always possible. And this is not a possibility. Neither is that. Because then you can't separate them. I wish I could just put markers to be like, okay, none of those spaces can be used. because this space has to be blocked, this space has to be, if it's this these pairs, then that, and that all have to be blocked. I think at the very least, I think it needs, I really don't want to redraw that, but like with the looping here, where one had a pair, one had a square, one had a circle, that didn't work. It could be pair, pair, empty could work. Can I test that anywhere? I don't think there's enough space to test pair, pair, empty. Except in this one, sort of. Because otherwise, that would work. I think, if it didn't need to be grouped. Though, that's not it, but it kind of makes me think in a different perspective. There's something that could work with that. Like maybe there's some sort of zigzag that is somehow functional. No, there's no way, because it would be a mirror, it would be the inverse and all that. That would never work. Yeah. Be way easier if you could rotate it, but then it wouldn't be the same puzzle. It's close. I don't know if there's been a way to confirm. I guess if I did, yeah, this would check the mirror, and it is not, it doesn't work for 3, so it can't be a mirror, I think. Yeah. So I think mirrors don't work. But I think it has to be some sort of like weird up and down across it. That, yeah, if it is, then it has to include that. Which I think might be enough to make it not work. Although that into a like a big Z shape, like 3, 2, 3, 2, 2. Like if that's the end point, 3, 2, 3, then maybe it could be drawn somehow. It would need to shift appropriately. That's too long. One, two, three, four. That should be fine. For the big Z shape. Then it needs to be 3 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 3. Oops, I'm too short. I think the left side here is correct. Because I don't think there's anything that could require an adjustment to that. It's the right side that I need to figure out. Because if it's 5 wide, then it's 2 wide. Well, if it's 5 wide, then it is overly wide. Then if I do this, it has the same issue. I think that's it. There. It's interesting. I kind of like it. Except I missed a level earlier somewhere. Oh. Yeah. Fair enough. So I should do these levels to unlock. Oh no, this is going to be rotational, isn't it? Like, I bet this isn't going to work. But this is. You can't interact with the shapes directly. Yeah, like, this square doesn't seem to rotate. Which means that I need that. So squares don't rotate. It's good to learn that early. Well, this to this is, right? It could be a mirror. Well, this, if you rotate this 90 clockwise. Yeah, it's not even 90 degrees. It can be 180. Oh no. Now it's different. Yeah. Which makes it... Okay, let's see. If I do this, it satisfies rule 4. Looking at these rules. Separating it is 1, 2, 3. So rule 4 is the rotation. Rule 1 is interacting with the shapes at all. Rule 2 might be separating the stars. I think that's sort of what I'm... I think rule 1 is like, if the shapes are... Oh. if the shapes are within blank space versus not blank space. I think it applies to all the shapes, not squares specifically. In this is my current interpretation. But number 2 is squares based. No, it isn't. Rule 2 can't be square based because rule 2 applies before if there were any squares. Yes, 2 is split. 4 is the rotation. I'm pretty sure. 3 is a mystery. Three might be a judgment that they are similar shape or similar area or something. But like not strictly the exact same like in that previous level. So if I did that, it satisfies rule 3 and rule 2 because it's separating the stars and they're in the same shape. It doesn't really help with this though. This is still just the puzzle here is still just what do I do with the square? The square could just be don't interact with that space. That could be it. Yeah, like no perfect copies. But it's the same shape and not the same, not perfectly the same shape. Square. Oh, but this works for 4. Yeah. So not copied, but it's not the same shape, so it doesn't actually count. Where this is good for 3 and 4, but I interact with the square, so it breaks it. Could it be something involving that? No, because the square has to be within another space. If I go 3 by 2, it's very close. Oh, hello. I think it has to be 2 white spaces just based on how the rules. Differentiate. Except here, it does not need to be only 2. Probably. But it could be number of white, white spaces equal to number of stars. Yes, hello, how are you doing? Yeah, or like 1 white space per star, or every white space needs a star, which would be effectively the same thing. When you account for the split requirement. I mean, I would assume that it has eyes because I don't know how else it would navigate, but That was an assumption. Oh yeah, counting. I need to learn how to count. 2 eyes? Oh. I need to think about. So it's not. Actually, it could just be that I'm looking at it in. Why does this not work? But no, it has to be a rotation, right? Oh, except rule 3. Yeah, so like the no copy has to account for the fact that it has to be a rotation, not it can't be a mirror image or anything. It can't be a rotation and a mirror. Why would that monster need 8 eyes? L that way. Too long. L that way. Doesn't work. If I do an L or an L. Oh, wait, can I do that L with the L I drew before? That L with that L? Nope, I don't know how to draw. There. Nice L shapes. So, initial start point. This and this are, well, I guess it could be. No, it can't be. Well, actually, it could be that type of. It has to be that type of positioning with 2 of the spaces taken up. This or this for sure. That actually could be start and end as well. Yeah. 1, 2. If it was these, which it can't be because I don't think it would just be such a waste of space if that was the answer, and I can't really get all the spaces, but it's a lot of options for weird shapes. Those 2 shapes do not work. I'm trying to restrict it too much. 3 square ones? Like squared L's? Yeah, I think this could be what I want. I need. The only issue is drawing it like that. It's symmetrical, which makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. A pair of pants and a pair of arms. I should not be surprised that it was symmetrical. It does look nice. And that makes me happy. Oh no. I don't know why, but this one's much more. Because of this extra space on the left, it's kind of worrying. Because it can't be straight lines. Because there's just not enough space. it has to be like L's. Except I can't do an L here. Not a big L. I mean, people do a small L. No, small L's won't work because there isn't enough space, I think. So it has to be big. But how does the last one? Oh, that sort of shape. This is not it, but that sort of L could work. Oh, that's the same L. I just need to adjust, but some sort of L I think can work. Up, down. Left? Assuming that's up, that's down, and left would be way out, but I can't do an L is way out. So if I'm doing one here, could be, can you just draw these? L? I just need to draw that. That will help me think. L this way, L that way, which means I can't have a tall L here. I could downwards L, loop, yes, downwards L, which means that. That's fun. I enjoyed that one. Nice drawing of shapes. Oh no. Wait, did I? Oh yeah, I did do 7 early. I'm assuming it's, similar, small, 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3, 4 by 4. That's different. Yeah, they're all very... Ooh, now it tests if I can draw on those, and I can't. Two white spaces, all squares are white, size. Oh yeah, like 2 separate. I guess I was sort of assuming that it would be squares instead of rectangles. But yeah, I don't think it's even size agnostic. I think that there's a chance that it has to be small, big. Like intentionally different sizes. With the correct scale. Like 3 by 1, 6 by 2. Oops. And, squares have to be within spaces, obviously. That's a 4 by 4, 2 by 2. Same 2x2 in theory, but it's a trap. It's not that, but it's gonna be something through there instead of trying to get that. Unless it can be 2x2, 1x1, and something else. Because it's... Actually, can it just be that? It can't. Good. Though, I mean, I guess it has to be one step down instead of two steps. It's like 4x4 has to go with a 2x2 instead of a 1x1. Is the only thing I can interpret. Can I test that? Because this was 2x2, 4x4. I'm pretty sure that even if I had drawn... Even if I could draw this, which I might not be able to, yeah, it wouldn't work. That's a lot easier to draw than I thought it was. Yeah, because that's a trap. They just scaled it down one space. Okay, I can't do that. I'm looking for squares. Maybe, does it need to be... Other... Could there be more? Okay, 6. I can make 2x2s. Oh, wait, I need to remember. I could be doing rectangles. It's like 2 could be 4. That won't work. 1 could be 2. But it'd be a 1x4 would need a 2x8, which is too long. Which it's rectangles, not squares, and squares are rectangles and all that. So 1x4, 6. Yes, that's not it. I don't think rectangles are an option. Oh, okay, it's just, yeah, shapes. Scaling could not work. How would they interpret odd, irregular shapes being like, if it is just half size? It can't be a weird L shape, can it? Yeah, it can't be. I do still wonder how this would behave if it is just doubling dimensions. I assume it's just double length, double height. Squares don't work. Rectangles can go widthwise, but not... And not with drawing lines. It's not a circle. Mm-hmm. Did it establish that it has to be on the same... Well, I guess they were all rectangles up until now. It hasn't really established anything about these sorts of shapes. Not that this is it, but... How would I interpret that? Because it's not detailed enough. 2 becomes 4, 2 becomes 4. I could also just do it that way. And then not draw it properly. Two white spaces, squares and white space. Yeah. The rules, yes. So definitely can't draw that. Unless I draw that. Kind of curious about some elements. It has to be... Yeah, so I have to view it as a 1 by 1 becomes a 2 by 2, as opposed to viewing it stretch in one direction, stretch in another. It's easier to view it. This becomes a 2 by 2, 2 by 2, 2 by 2. 2 by 2, 2 by 2, 2 by 2. Yes, viewing it as 2 by 2s works better. I was thinking too much about like D&D has weird scaling on sizes. It's like it becomes double in every dimension, but there's some weird factors about that and how it affects everything. One, two. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wide. And 5 tall. Two, 2, 3, 4 wide. One, two, three, 4. And there would get me that. It's a fun one. Now I can look at this one again and try to re-solve it. I still think it's building a combined square. And that becomes an issue here. Because I'm not sure if it's actually how it... Because these are all direct combinations, where this one's not. Could also just be building a rectangle. Well, no, if it's building a rectangle, then that's a rectangle. So one of these needs to be gone, and all this in one of those. There. Yeah, that doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't work. Which means that's not what I'm trying to do. That's pretty much what I interpreted it as, but it might be 2 white spaces only instead of any number. I just don't know how that will work here. I just don't see how it would work here if that's the intended goal. Because if it has to be a perfect square, 4 by 4, I have to get rid of one here and one here, which inherently makes it 2 squares. With Yeah, could it just be total area? Like 2 white squares that have a total area that would work for a perfect square instead of considering the actual spaces. This is 4 tall. 4 by 11. 44 spaces. 19 spaces removed. That won't solve it by itself. There's no way it's that. Yeah. If it's just like square of any size could work. That feels so much more. Makes it less interesting, I think. Which it doesn't need to be interesting. But if I did the math, 4 by 11. Because that would be 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So it's not just that. It must be shapes. They have to slide together somehow. That couldn't. Oh, it could be, I guess, sliding up. Like shifting it up and over. Where that whole stretch would need to be gone. Oh, but if they're stretching up. What would go up? Because this slid over, making it 5 wide. Just doing that for the moment. What if that is the goal? What would slide up? Or like what they want it to do. So starting from the beginning. That works. Are there other ones that can test? Yeah, okay. I guess I'd have to think about it that way. I don't think there's any space for testing. These all look too... Yeah, they all look too restricted. Yeah, that won't work, so it won't make a square. Because if it was 4x4, it would need more space. See if I leave... Okay, so 5, this goes up above. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are needed. This needs to go... So if I leave the 4x4, I have to get rid of that. No, I don't. It's here that it would slide. That's not it, because I'm missing that. That's where it sort of becomes shifting everything else appropriately. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are safe. Assuming that's what it needs to do. Those are needed. As are those. All of the 3x3 that would need to be within is flexible. That space would mean I need to get another space there, or get rid of another space there. There is the option that... Probably not. I probably have to leave that. I can leave spaces differently. So that requires that space there. Which means that I can't do that. Wait. Shape is wrong. I would need that space to be saved to go there if it's up and over. So somewhere here I need to view it as... Actually, yeah, right, I think right there. I need to view all of this as one higher up than it is. If that's how it's supposed to work, which I can't see any other way. Based on what I've tried. So those are safe. Those are safe. These ones, the ones that are not safe, those are definitely not needed. Kind of an awkward. Those are not needed. And if it's shifted up, that fits on top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, which is 4. 5, 4. If I clear everything to the right, it works. I guess the puzzle there is the 5 by 5. The actual solution's fairly straightforward. That was a struggle. Thank you. I probably would not have properly considered moving outside of the established shape. I'm now confused. Why is this fine? Yes, new, but the similar. It is new, but a similar. This ended fairly simply, just in case you just want to see what the very end was. It was just a very straightforward fill in all that space to slide it up. This one's sort of 1, 2, 2, 1. Initially, it's looking like just squares, kind of 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 4. But then this one here is suddenly different. Probably has something to do with maybe only in a line is what it's counting. But it's also about stuff being similar, as opposed to being a purely counting based quest. Yeah, like squares can't be covered is definitely rule 1. Rule 2 is something about the separation, or rule 3 is something about the separation. Because this still works. Okay, that has those separated, but it's something. It might not be about the separation, it might be about the balance. Like the spaces to squares ratio. Oh yeah, like total spaces, but well no, rule 3 can't be 3. Rule 2 might be 3. Yeah, 3 spaces, but rule 3 is something about how the squares are grouped within the white spaces. Which is interesting here because there's a lot less leeway. Yeah, so 3 spaces for sure. That works. It could be that you can have individual empty white spaces, or maybe an empty white space is sort of counted as a square, which wouldn't really make sense to me. Yeah. There's some definite options for that rule. Obviously not that. I understand that. Oh, wait, I started drawing the wrong spot. So this is not separate spaces there. It could be corners. Which comes with its own struggle. I want to check ahead, see if it might help. It does not help, at least not quickly. A free space, free space. If I did that, just 4 white spaces plain, not here at least. Obviously that doesn't work. 2 doesn't work. It seems to be max 1 white space. Can I have them? Can there be multiple white spaces as long as they're not in contact? For zones. Can I test that? Actually, if I test this, that satisfies rule 3. That satisfies rule 2. Rule 2 is white spaces. Rule 1 is not interacting with the squares. Rule 3 is something. A straight line here satisfied rule 3 for some unknown reason, which is now the biggest mystery. That satisfied it as well. Is it like minimum any number of separate groups? No. It is a set number in some fashion. Because yeah, this one here, making 4 groups with this doesn't work. But that could be a different reason that it doesn't work. Yeah, 2 has to be 3. A balance somehow? Like, this doesn't work. That gives rule 3, this doesn't. This gives rule 3. I don't know why that gives rule 3. Even number of spaces? Like total even? 3, 6, 3, 8, 4. That one's not correct and it doesn't give it. So it's not even number of spaces. It's probably not even number of spaces. Maybe. If that's 5, then it'd be 1 and 4. 1, 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 4. Well, it wouldn't work. Rule 3 wouldn't work with that. So it can't be the sum. It definitely can't be rule 3. Maybe. That might make sense. 2. There's a good chance, I think, that 0 counts as 0 and they actually do account for it that way. I can't remember how I solved this one. Probably just fill this all in. But then this one here doesn't. So maybe, have I tried that? That does satisfy rule 3. It just doesn't satisfy rule 2. Rule 2 was 3 white zones. But there's something about... Yeah. 2, 3, 5. Yeah, 4, 8, 7, 2, 8, 2, 3, 5. Could be more of a width thing than a... width thing as opposed to an area thing. Yes, width instead of area, okay. Yes, it's this plus that. This and that. This and that. Oh, but that doesn't arrange. Oh, I guess it could arrange because you just plop it on top. So you can build the shape by placing them together more than just the sum. Oops, bad drawing. So like if this was 2, 3, this would still work. It would not work because structurally it's an issue. But then this needs that space. Yeah, probably not making it bigger. It's not going to start with this. That's going to be included in another. Could be a 2 by 2 and a 2 wide. No. My guess is I want 2 and 2, but it could be 1 and 3. Which a 1 and 3 is probably easier. Except for that. Trying to block that off limits it a lot. Can it rotate? If I want to block this off, could be something closer to that. Gonna need this. 1 and 3. But if it's 2, then I can't do that. This could be 3, 3. They've generally kept it simple enough where the largest is sort of by itself and not shoot. And not in need of, you know, expanding it that way or anything. That's a bit of weird structure. So this needs to be blocked off. It can be blocked off like that. Like that. Hey. Yeah. Do. Makes sense. Oh no, now this is where it's less smooth. Now is it most squares? Or just the area? I would need one more, but 4 squares, 3 spaces. Kind of wondering if, yes, it's not, because I mean this could go on top of here, then that could go there, and it would make a 4 tall 2, which would build that. So it's not that. Which I think it has to be dictated by the squares included. Oops. As opposed to being controlled by just the size, the area. It can't be 3, 1. It could be 3, 1, but I can't get over there. It's not that. Could be a different shape. That. Ah, if only this was the same shape, it would be so easy. So those have to be separated. I have to assume that the defining shape is on the right, because otherwise this gives more space to actually trace around the shapes that I need. But it could also be little square, some weird Could be some weird shape like that. Did I get that? Nothing. That. And a square. I think it's either this or that. Anything is possible though. Well, almost anything. It could be internal. Could be that, actually, which would be too horizontal, which doesn't work, but it's close. Backwards, like that guy. Yeah, like my assumption says either that or that. And if I work with this, then I could have that and a dot. Or I could have that and that. Actually, that works better with a dot. Yeah, there's a ton of dead end. If I do this, make an L here. Oh, that looks kind of close. Except the dead end. If I make an upside down rotate, I guess a flipped vertical flip L. It's the same requirements, but maybe more flexibility. No, because if I go here, I have to block that, which means I have to go around and up. If I do that, then there's a dead end, and it's kind of doomed from the start. It can't be... Yeah, like the... I'm pretty sure... I'm thinking it has to be 2 horizontals or 2 verticals. Because if it's a... I think an L doesn't work because that... I mean, those two could maybe work. But then I have a dead end here, which means that this would have to be up, and then it'd be maybe doable. It feels more flexible for 2 of those to be built. If I build that, I could get an L there, which would not work. Get an L there. Ah, that's the wrong direction. I need it that way. Which could be that. Which could... but then I can't get that. It's an S. Is there a different pattern I could follow? Well, no, that's the only sort of S shape. If it's an S on the edge, maybe? Then I could... Dead end. That's not an option. S there would require that to draw it, which is not possible. This S here requires that. Oh, yeah, I can not draw it wrong. That versus that. I was looking at that for some reason instead of that, despite the fact that it's all the same. Wait, have I ever looked at this one? I haven't. Okay, good. Confusion. Okay, so rule 2 is don't cover squares. The circles don't need to be filled unless I have to start and end at a circle. That might be it. Yeah, rule 1 is start and end in a circle. It could also be cover all of them. No way to know. There, yeah. Rule 1 is cover circles. Rule 2 is don't cover squares. Rule 4 is something about edges, maybe? Or fractions, or covering a certain segment. Contain the squares? It could be, well, no, it's not half the area, because otherwise I'd have to fill in more of this. It could be rounding based on a third of the area. Yeah, it's probably keep. It's not just keep the squares connected. And this changes that I don't need to fill that out. They have to be within, they have to be connected within this, probably. Okay, so this breaks rule 3. So rule 3 must be keeping the squares together. Two is that. 3 is keeping squares together, probably. 1 is connect the circles. Why does this... What differentiates that from that? There's more space. Oh no. Covering a square solved 3. Oh yeah, I think it could be that once it's covered, it's no longer... Like maybe they can't be in separate groups. And once it's covered, it's not in a separate group, it's covered and it's treated differently. I am unsure. That satisfies rule 4 for some reason. Not 2 because I'm covering the square. I'm assuming that's be an alien, and it's probably a specific reference to like Roblox, not a typo of being alien, because being aliens would be pretty fun. I can't see anything but a face here. Like shocked eyes, shocked mouth, specific style of, I don't know, internet memes. That have ruined my brain. But why does this 754? Oh yeah. The star around which presumably whatever they are, aliens exist. Maybe. Ah, but then this wouldn't work. Yeah, and they have to be together. But this does satisfy 4 as well. Based on references. It's probably. Yep. Clear reference. Circles have black. Maybe? So it has it on one side. 2 sides. 2 sides. I can't test it anywhere else. Well, there has to be more than just 2 sides, I think. Because otherwise this would work, or this would work. Obviously they need to be connected. What I can do is this and this need to be connected, which is either that, or that. Which means that I can try various forms of working around that. That didn't work, obviously. Is it a difficult star to try to recreate when it's nominally from a game within a game? Which is kind of, if it's a game engine-y thing, it's not the same, but I should drink more water. Yeah, these ones are weird how they interact. The fact that like that doesn't work, but that does. But then this works. Something about the additional spaces here matters. Does there need to be a limit to the number of connections to the squares? That's 2, 1, 0, 2. This is not that. Oh, goodness, 11 levels to this level. Oh, 9, 3. I still think the 2 is still... This one, when compared to this one, is still suspicious to me. Oh yeah. I have to assume that a lot of games like that probably don't go into that much detail. Left space. That doesn't work. That does. That doesn't. Do I have to have... I don't have to have lines through the circles, because this starts at a circle, ends beside a circle. Starts a circle, ends beside a circle. Does through the circles. And yeah, it's not... This satisfies 4. 4. 4. It doesn't satisfy 3, though. Yeah, there's like... I'd say there's 2 ways to make games. Either you just make the gameplay or you make the world. Sort of as an initial starting point, I would assume. Where a game built in something like Roblox probably is not where people are going to put their ultimate creativity. Actually, looking at this, what can I... Why does that work? I can learn something from this, but why does that work? Is it something symmetrical? Oh, I need to remember, this is the world of the shapes of the shapes. It's like line, line, big line, smaller line, rectangle, rectangle, squig. That makes no sense. There's no way that's relevant. Unless it's something to do with the relative positions of those? You know, I can't try to use that for guess and check. Why does this work? That works. That doesn't. What is the difference between those 2 spaces? Yeah, 4 circles. 3 squares. 2 and 2. 1, 4. Doesn't get anything. 4. 6. No. Like, yeah, the circles are part of rule 1, but I can try other things to see how it satisfies everything else. That gives everything but 1. That gives 8 spaces filled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 spaces filled. 8. Eight spaces. Yeah, rule 4 is separate from circles. And it... It's not number. It looks like it might be shape based. That works. That works. I mean, that doesn't work, obviously, but... Why does... What could the rule be? 3, 4, 2... That separates the two. Yeah. It's something... It might be this... It's either the space here relative to this, or it's the shape. So starting from the beginning, this is a 2 by 2, 2 squares, 2 empty. 2 squares, 4 empty, rectangle. 1 square, 1 empty. 1 square, 3 empty. 2 squares, 6 empty. Does it need... Yeah, this one has 4 squares, a total of 3 empty spaces, so it's not... It doesn't need more empty spaces than squares. So that's not it. I'm so surprised this worked. And like going by the general pattern of this work. Is this expanding on the one I just did? Oh no. Or didn't do. It's expanding on the one I didn't finish. It's not really the best one to work on, but it might help solve something. It's not helping at all. I don't know what I'm doing. No idea. No idea what the rules were for that. I don't have the slightest idea what that was. Yeah, great level. I mean, I'm assuming, don't interact with that. Most of the rules were probably the same as 4-9, is my guess. With probably a different fourth rule. But I genuinely have no idea. The issue with this one that made it easy to guess, a lot of these were very small spaces, and you didn't want to interact with the squares. So it just became easy to guess. Where this one, the only reason I did that was because of this level. Or I can't do the same thing here, can I? I also wouldn't be solving it, which would ruin the whole purpose. Just guessing constantly is kind of pointless. It's not fun. Admittedly, I am just going to continue guessing, but... That almost could be something if it was symmetrical. That would be nice. That would have been a nice... if that's what it was. Yes, I think it always makes contact with the right side. Except not the entire right side. So it can skip a space, potentially. Like... seeing if that works, which is, it does. Is it corner to corner? No. It is here, though. Do I have to connect this corner to that corner in this one? I hope it's not just connecting specific points. While also... it isn't just connecting the specific points at the very least. I'm glad about that. But there's something like those 2 points versus those side to side. Connecting opposite edges. Except for the fact that that doesn't work. And that does. It's not just opposite edges. Because this is not opposite edges. There's symmetry to it. Not really. Corners of squares? Yeah. What is specific about them? I really like these faces that look like robots to me. It's all about the pareidolia. That also feels... this one has to go through these 3 spaces. Like, that's a mandatory part. This one doesn't have to go through the middle. It can't go through the middle. these go through the middle, or one right of the middle, one right of the middle, one off, the entire area. Yeah, I'm wondering if the middle section is important. In which case, like, but I can't break that. Because this works. That works. All of those work. Any line that's going across satisfies rule 4 when it's by itself. But not when it's combined with other stuff. Is it the amount of contact with the edge? No. Four. I guess it could be that it requires lines to be 4 long. Then I can't get this though. It's definitely not just only one that's 4 long. 4, 3. That's a very weird. That satisfies rule 4. Going from here to here. It's like straight across gives 4. That doesn't. That does. Like, does it have to end at the opposite wall in one of the directions from where it starts? No, because this wouldn't work then. Yeah. I guess total line length as opposed to individual line length. S. I'm trying to picture like this S is like that. Trying to figure out how to connect the two. I don't think I can connect the two with an S that actually ends. Just for the shape, I can draw that. Oh, it's not total line length, I think, because this doesn't work, but this does. I mean, like that. But it can't just be the length, it has to have something to do with the shape, I think. Because these slight differences, down, over, where over, down, over does work. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope. Oh yeah, because 4, 4, 4 works. 3, 2. 3, 4. 3, 4 works. 3, 4, 3, 3. That does work. 3, 4, 3, 3. This satisfies everything except for the doomed squares. I am kind of very lost on this. Down, over, up. Down, over, up. Down, over, up, over. Yeah, it's kind of a mystery. I think I do this question mark level and then I should. Wait, did I try this already? Yes, I did. And I stopped because I stopped. I can do the question mark level and then I should stop because it is late and my brain is dead. 4, square, circle, square. Okay. Don't interact with triangle. Circle is circle's probably rule 1. Square is probably rule 2. Yeah, I'll head out very shortly. Well, I guess it depends on how long this puzzle takes. Because if I never get past the second step, then it'll be here forever. Three. So this has to be empty, is rule 3. This has to be selected rule 1. This has to be selected rule 2. Or no. Circle is start, square is end. Circle is start is rule 1. Square is end is rule 2, I think. These are very weird, maybe not meta, but they're weird levels. They're never straightforward. The best way to explain why they're not straightforward is the precise example of why they're not straightforward. Being able to draw. I want to make this look better. Wait. Oh no, is this gonna be some weird... This was true, this worked. Then I drew a line over here. Something about the line I drew over here ruined this. Oh, actually, one of these puzzles is not going to help. This puzzle moved where the circle was based on how you drew it. I'm pretty sure start with circle because that doesn't work. Like if I start before it, go through, and after it, 1 and 2 don't succeed. Rule 4 has some sort of interaction across the levels. This one's true, and this one's true. But if I draw something there, that's no longer true, and that is no longer true or accurate or correct. So something between these levels influences the rest. Square, square. If I go here, that doesn't make that true all of a sudden. Yeah, and that ruins everything. So if I follow the intended path for a minute, they start with that. That does give rule 4. Why does that give 4? What is 4? Is 4... It's some sort of exclusivity. Like there's some sort of, yeah, exclusivity between them that makes it so that 1 and 5 can be true, but the rest are all wrong. No, 4 is based on if they all have the same movement, as it were, which means that I need to make a line that satisfies all of them at the same time, I think, that doesn't pass through the triangles. But it might be this goes here, then this goes there. No. I'm just wondering if it has to be along the same path. Like if the circle goes to here and this is there, that's the first step, and then it follows, but that's clearly, it's already wrong. So it's not that. And it can't be that. And then that. And then like that would never work. That works. Yeah, I think the triangle must be there to get in the way. I can't imagine any other reason. But this is the shape focused section. So maybe I need to think about the shapes that are made. Like rectangle. Maybe I need a rectangle. Yeah, 'cause it has to end at this. That's certain. Yeah. Wonder if... I mean, that... I don't see how that can be anything different, but it's probably some weird path. Okay. If it has to start here, and triangle matters, it might be some sort of thing like that. Yeah, okay, everything applies. That works. Yes, it has to be... matching, maybe matching path, matching shapes total, but it can have a flexible endpoint. Like if I did this, no, that's probably not enough space. That's not it either. If I did that, then it is. So it's matching the white space restricted by the triangles. I'd have to have all the same spaces filled out, which can't include where the triangles will be eventually. Which means that space is full, there, top right, top right. Just double check, 1, 2, there. Okay, so just initial shaping. I can't go there, or there, I think. Yeah. Which doesn't seem that bad. Except... well, actually, I don't need anything down here necessarily. I just need something that avoids both of those spaces. Okay, clearing them all. I might need it for space, but I don't need to go below this line. There are no squares or circles that far down. The lowest is there. So as long as I can do something like that, but I have to dip into the bottom there because otherwise I don't think there's enough space to fill that whole... oh, I guess I could skip a space. I don't need to fill in the whole area necessarily. Oh, wait, I missed a spot, so that's not gonna work. I do need to fill in that... oh, wait, I'm silly. I forgot that that was fine. That was neat. It took a while. That was pretty cool. That's a fairly satisfying. It's very simple once you figure it out. As long as you don't forget. That was enjoyable. I still don't... this one's weird because you have to like shove stuff around and I just can't be bothered to go back to finish that. Yeah. Oh no. What's this gonna do? I'm not gonna do this. I need to stop. It is late. That was fun. Thank you for stopping by and chatting and helping with the puzzle. I think this puzzle works well as like a semi-collaborative back and forth, more than Baba's You, because it's a little more flexible. I don't know. It was fun. Thanks for hanging out. It was a great time. Have a nice night, day, morning, week. Bye-bye. At some point I should get something to pop up on screen to replace just a still image. Good night.